big bay shaped by wind and waves, and a league of the best in the world, means Weymouth is ready. Welcome to the SAP 5O5 World Championship 2016. You can watch it live on
testing 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon and welcome to day one of the SAP 5O5 World Championships here at Weymouth Portland National Sailing Academy. The sun's out, we have a light westerly breeze ranging from up to about 9 to 10 knots, so challenging conditions for all of the boats out on the water. 150 boats out there on the water from 15 different countries. Race one of the Worlds just taking place now. The start's open, gate boats off, and instantly the first few boats out. Hoffman and Bull taking that early opportunity for the gate as they lead the gate boat out with everybody else just ducking behind. So you can see a lot of people going for that early bit. We see one of the race favourites, Holt and Smith, getting out early from that race and leading that fleet out. So a real mixed bag of conditions we've got out on the water. So with these light patches, they've had recordings of down to 7 knots of breeze. And so looking for that extra breeze across the course is going to be very, very important. Going into this race, there's been a real shuffle from some contenders to challenge the almighty Mike Holt, who's the one to beat. But Andy Smith from Great Britain, Ian Pennell, Philip Boyd, and Michael Quirk are all out there and have been pushing fairly hard on the run up to this World Championships. Numerous events from Kiel Week over to the Swiss Open and a lot of different leaders. So we can see some real contenders going out and mixing up this World Championships here in 2016. Wolfgang Hunger from Germany, he's certainly out to crown a 6th World Championship if he can. Already 5 times one of the most successful 505 sailors, so we'll be keeping an eye on him. At the moment, no, it is the Sagmund and Carbo as they lead out from this fleet. They've got a nice bit of breeze out towards this left-hand side, taking that early opportunity as the gate boat opened to get over towards this left-hand side. We can see most of the fleet now starting to work back towards the middle of the fleet, so it will be fairly soon we'll see them make their way back across the fleet to put in a covering tack. So speeds that we're getting from some of the boats out on the water up to 7-8 knots at the moment with this lighter breeze. We'll hopefully see them increase as that goes on. The breeze is due to increase as the day goes on, so hopefully we'll prove for some pretty challenging conditions. So down to the wind, and the conditions have been moving around a huge amount. We're just hearing live from the committee boat that they have abandoned this race. The breeze is moving around a huge amount and there's been a big change in the breeze. So you'll see the boats returning back towards the start. Race officer will look to reset the start gate. So challenging conditions we have out on the water. While we just wait for those boats to return, just bring you a little bit more information about what's been going on. So the 505s, they look for a pretty tight one design on the sail plan and the hull shape, but otherwise the rigging layout, the spars and the foils are an open class, so it really allows people to develop, and that's a way of just seeing this class continually evolve and develop. So when you look at each of the boats, there's big changes in the way they set those boats up and what they're looking for and what that works personally for the crews on board. Speaking to Tom Gillard from Britain this morning, he is a Fireball World, European and National Champ with multiple national championships in other classes such as the Streaker. Change of boat very late on, decided to get a brand new boat and has been working frantically from burning every single daylight hour with getting that boat ready for the World Championships. And so even this morning they were doing the final touches to that boat. That boat has not hit the water yet. That is boat 9177. So we'll be keeping an eye on Tom and how he gets on. His expectations obviously to go out and hopefully be quick, but these boats take a lot of time setting up and getting prepped, so he's pretty aware that he's played this one very, very late. So as the boats return back towards the start, we'll go for a short break and we'll come back to you very shortly. So the restart of race 1. Here we go, we're underway. The breeze has settled down a little bit now. Bit more consistent. Again, a nice steady 9 to 10 knots as the first few boats make their way through that gate and out, escaping towards that left-hand side. We saw Jan Silkman from Denmark make that early escape out of the gate on the start that we just saw, and that got cancelled due to the breeze. Was looking in a nice strong position, looked like the breeze was good, and was looking for a nice covering position to come back before that position got pulled. So we can see quite a few boats quite late in, but a lot of the bulk of the fleet deciding to hang back and go for a later entry into this start. So these lead boats coming out on this left hand side. So we've got this bit of pressure now, but a lot of boats still favouring that, holding on for that last late sort of section into the gate. Nice bit of breeze out on that left-hand side. Just looking to find those boats as they come up there. So there we go. We've got the German team, Stefan Boom and Gerald Ross. They were second in the 2013 Worlds. Just taking that tack now to come back across that fleet. But again, we've seen the boats coming in late into that start entry, sort of getting that big right-hand shift and favouring out towards that right-hand side. And again, what we've just seen there, again, as I was just saying, big right-hand shift out towards that right-hand side of the course, and why many of the boats were hanging back for that late gate start. So we do see a return back to the start and go back into restart. So obviously we can see the wind out there at the moment being causing a few problems for the race committee, but hopefully we'll get a race underway soon. So as the teams return back, they'll be having that little bit of a chat on where they want to line up. Again, it's definitely favouring that right side, and why so many of the fleet are favouring a late entry here into the start. So beautiful conditions down here in Weymouth. We've got out in the bay a nice 10-9 knot sort of breeze coming from a westerly direction. The sun's out. Absolutely perfect conditions for these boats. As I say, they all were looking for a little bit more breeze. They've been racing in the pre-worlds up to this with good up to 20 knots of breeze, and so quite a difference, and it's going to be really interesting to see how many of those teams tune in to the conditions that we have present. The course that they'll be running is a sausage triangle sausage course, so we'll talk you through that more as the boats make their way round. But as the boats return back towards the start, we saw there the German team, Stefan Boom and Gerard Roos, finished second in the 2013 Worlds. They made that quick escape out off the start boat and favoured that left-hand side and instantly made a gain on their rivals. But as that breeze came round towards the right-hand side, it started to shift. And suddenly we saw the boats that were starting late going to make a big gain, and that's why they came back and scrapped that race. So we're going to be going into the next race very shortly. So we are shortly going to get underway with the third start for race one. Breeze proving fairly tricky out in the bay. These light shifty conditions from this westerly direction. We see quite a few of the favourites hovering down towards the start boat, ready to get underway and get that first jump out off the gate. We've seen some big gains from several people from getting into the gate early, but quite a few of the favourites also holding back. But we shall see as we get just coming up to 1 minute to go to the restart. So there's many people out on the water that could go out and look to dominate this first day and really put a stamp on it to throw the gauntlet down against some of the other rivals. There's obviously a huge depth of experience and a large list of accolades from many of the sailors from multiple fleets, but also huge amounts of accolades obviously within the 505 fleet. Out of the World Championships, certainly over the last decade, 5 countries have dominated those top spots, being the USA, Germany, Denmark, Great Britain and Australia. And again, we're seeing those teams really starting to dominate, and they did over the pre-Worlds just running the last sort of few days. We've seen some good shake-ups from other people really applying the pressure and people finding some fine form at the moment. British team, Andy Smith, he's really starting to find his form with Tim Needham. They won the pre-Worlds. They also were a winner at Kiel Week this year, and so they found some really good form, and so applying the pressure quite hard to previous champs. Likewise, obviously, names to watch out for: Ian Pennell, Philip Wood, Michael Kirk, and of course Wolfgang Hunger. So there's plenty of people to keep their eyes out on. But as we get this next race underway, the first few boats out off that line, we've got the Gate boat, Tennant and Bordeaux, the Canadian boat. They're only one of 2 Canadians that have made it here for the World Championships, but are one of 15 countries that are here. So a phenomenal turnout from these guys. They finished up 10th in the pre-Worlds. And so looking to really dominate from that. But as we can see, one of the key people that we're going to be looking at from the USA is Mike Holt and Carl Smith, current world champions. They were early out off that gate mark, so made that jump early on out towards his left-hand side. At the last World Championships, they had 5 firsts out of the 8 races. Also winner in 2014, and so also one of the most successful 505 sailors. So a great start early out off that gate. You can see a few boats all really starting to hold back and looking for that late jump in for that right hand shift of the breeze. 9 knots of breeze from the west coming here as they push towards this left hand side. These early boats out making a nice gain here. Tennant and Bordeaux, the gate boat, averaging probably about 5 minutes for the gate to be open. We'll give you a call when that gate boat stops and puts the pressure on everyone to squeeze around and make sure they've all started correctly. But it is the USA leading out on this side of things, but right alongside as well. Second in the 2013 Worlds is Stefan Boom and Gerard Roos. They're level pegging with Holt and Smith. A nice little tuning run for them. We can see the speeds as they push out towards that left hand side, neck and neck. You can see the jumps on here. Good bit of breeze coming down at that left hand side now. Shows how important a good lane and getting out early on that start but dominating towards that left hand side is so important. Good boat speed among those 2 boats, Boom and Holt. Clear away from anyone else, they're not interfering with each other. Clear wind all the way for those boats. A couple of boats up in the mid line. will be interesting. We'll find out who those boats are that have come out from about the middle of the line, so probably a couple of minutes down from the gate being opened. Seem to have put themselves in a fairly strong position. Also joining the Americans, Holton Smith is just up on their hip is Pinnell, Ian Pinnell. He's tucked up just on the hip of Holt and Smith, along with Lovering and Alvarado. So a lot of the head names all favouring getting out early towards this left-hand side. Likewise, we have Howie Hamlin joining those guys out there as well, and Danish boat Jan Sogman, who was the 2012 world champ, also with them. So there we can see Hamlin in that middle, favouring just to start a little bit further up, but many of the front runners getting good clear lanes out here. Neck and neck between the Germans and the USA. And then a real contingency of British boats with Ian Pinnell leading the charge for those. Previous world champ in 2008. Finished 4th in a French Open, which was just a couple of weeks before this World Championships. That was the last time a lot of these boats met, and so it was a real benchmark for many of the boats to see how they all got on. So a real test for all of them, but many of them favouring this left-hand side. So a lot of the key names that you'd expect to see all pushing up on that left side. Boat speeds, upwind in these light 9-knot breezes. We're seeing boats up to 7.5 knots, but many of them sitting in and around the 6 to 7 knot boundary. So they're looking for that little bit more breeze to really get these boats performing. 10 knots, we'll see these boats planing. We're now starting to see those boats in the middle of the fleet starting to take that tack and starting to get back across towards the middle of the fleet. So we're seeing now Holt and Smith taking that to him. Boom and Roos, they take the same as well. So a nice left-hand shift, but they've been working out towards this left-hand side for some time now, so need to drag themselves back in towards that middle of the fleet. Give themselves a little bit more control as they come back across. Pinnell and Davis, they're still pushing hard out towards this left-hand side. And of course the gate boat, the Canadian boat, Tennant and Bordeaux, far out on that right hand side. So a dip there from Holton Smith. So Ian Pinnell made a small gain there, just taking over. So certainly these boats that we're going to see in the middle of the fleet taking that little bit of a gain there. So we're seeing, it looks there, we've suddenly seen Holton Smith go into a penalty turn. We'll try and find more information on why, but we can see that spinning away just after they dipped behind Pinnell and Davis. Whether the dip was too short and they maybe clipped the back of the boat, we'll find out. But that's caused them to take a couple of penalty turns and drop them back down into the fleet. We can see them as they go across the middle of the fleet. They're going to start to be picking up some dirty air. So a costly mistake, but we'll see how it finds out as they make their way up towards the top end of this course. So nice lead for the British team there. Pinnell and Davies. As I said, Ian Pinnell, previous world champion in 2008. Sailmaker with many of the sailors out on the water using Pinnell and back sails. But again, another big name in the 505 fleet, Howie Hamlin, pushing very, very hard in the middle of the fleet. Just up above him there as well is Tyler Moore. He was 6th in Kiel Week this year, and so looking to find that form again and apply the pressure to these top boats. So this is race number 1 of the SAP World Championships here in Weymouth, Portland. Many of them have been sailing in the stronger breezes over the last few days, and so this light breeze really starting to shake up the teams and see who make those changes. So a huge commitment from the British team, Pinnell and Davis, towards this left-hand side. Now taking that first shift and starting to make their way back towards the centre of the course. This is where we're going to see a crossing opportunity as they make their way back towards the middle, we have Tyler Moore and also Howie Hamlin coming in from that middle of the fleet. This is going to be a tight cross and an important cross for either the Americans or the British team. This will set them up as they come in towards the top part of the course. So suddenly your strategy changes. Your focus is you've already committed to one side of the course. You can't worry too much about the far side of the course. You're controlling the boats in and around. So again, a strong attacking position from Tyler Moore and Howie Hamlin, taking that tack onto port as well, support and lead the British team back towards the middle of the fleet. They're setting themselves up ready for that next shift to come back and approach back towards the middle of the course as they get closer towards that top end. We are running a windward leeward course with a triangle as the second lap, and then a following windward leeward and run into the finish. So really important, the positioning as you get round this top mark and get clear breeze away from everyone, so your positioning is going to be key. Previously mentioned, Tom Gillard up in 7th position. Having a chat with Tom earlier, brand new boat, hasn't even been in the water. He knows it's a pretty tight thing to get done and get sorted. They've been working every hour of every day to try and get that boat ready, and they were still doing that even up to launch time. But being a fireball world, European and national champ, among with many other national titles to his name, he's certainly going to be one to keep an eye on, but certainly hoping that his boat is fast out of the box. So there we see the middle of the fleet now. Those guys who came out off that gate boat a couple of minutes further up, starting to have a little bit of an advantage, sitting nice and comfortably more in the centre of the course, giving them more options. The British team well out towards this left-hand side. As we pan out now, we can see up to the windward mark and how far committed that British team are towards that left-hand side. It'll be interesting to speak to Ian Pennell when he's ashore in the sailor debrief about how he felt that wind was looking, because that breeze has been flicking round towards that right-hand side, so such a commitment towards that left is a pretty strong call, certainly going into race one, but it's paying off, and at the moment he is leading this fleet neck and neck with the Americans of Tyler Moore and also the Australians. So very, very tight at the top as they approach in towards that windward mark. Again, the wind staying fairly consistent at about 9 knots across the race course, so pretty challenging for these boats, looking for maximum speed in the rig, but that definite left-hand shift is favouring these boats as they approach on this far left-hand side. The boats in the middle of the course, of course, have a little few more options about if they want to get a right-hand shift and come back across and attack that British boat of Ian Pennell and Alex Davies. They've got that opportunity when Ian Pennell's fairly well out towards that left-hand side. You can see the room he's still got to go to that ley line, but he's still limiting his options. But there we go, we can see many of the names you expected up in that top 4 or 5 boats. So very, very tightly contested. Jan Sorgman, sailing with Jacob Carbo, is the 2012 World Champion from Denmark. Finished up 11th in the last World Championship, so really looking to recreate the glory days of 2012. So we can see him coming across the middle of the fleet now. He's up into 5th place, taking boats and moving up into 4th. So he's making some good gains coming across the middle of the fleet there. Again, he was one of the earlier boats in one of the earlier starts to make that gain from getting out by that gate boat early on. We're seeing him in a good position as he approaches towards the British team. So the other boats coming in from this left-hand side, just below in Pennell, just taking that duck and just dropping behind the Danish boat there. He's properly committing over towards this left side. Found a nice little lane and just going in underneath Ian Pennell and Alex Davies there. So not committing all the way to that left-hand side, needs to be in the mix. You need to be approaching this windward mark in this middle section of the course to give you the options. And here we go, another sort of person that we've seen leading at some point through this race is Tyler Moore and Andrew Butner. Finished 6th in Kiel earlier this year, so found some good form. And again, here we go, a neck and neck cross between the British and the Americans as they approach the top course. So Ian Pennell taking that little dip behind, and so we see a change of position as we approach this top end of the course. But as we mentioned before, over the last decade, 5 countries have dominated those top spots in the World Championship, being the USA, Germany, Denmark, Great Britain, and Australia. And again, those are the ones we really see. Mixing it up as well, though, is Cedric Bart and Laurent Grob. They are the Swiss team, currently up into 7th position. Finished 3rd at the Swiss Open earlier this year. A very light wind event where only 3 races were sailed, but obviously the light winds favourable for them. Finished 16th in the pre-worlds running into this event, but obviously much different conditions. So as the boats approach the top mark, we can see a tightly contested group as they come into this final bit. So the Swiss boat now approaching from that far left hand side as they approach in, but it is going to be the Australians. Michael Kirk and Rob Wolfen, 5 times Australian national champions, finished 3rd in the French Championship, just happening a couple of weeks prior to this event. They lead as they go round that dog leg to give them a bit of space before they then make their way downwind. So a nice early lead for the Australians. Hot on their heels, of course, is the Americans. Tyler Moore, really nice, consistent tactics throughout that beat, staying towards that left-hand side, but working more the middle of the course as the rest of the fleet converge in on the top of that mark. So a nice little bit of a lead there, just extending out to 15 meters, so nothing much. They're all there as they cruise downwind. With a distance, as I say, we've got speeds of, again, the breeze going slightly lighter, speeds of only about 6 knots out there, but we can also see from our SAP analytics, we break this down and we can see there was a reduced number of maneuvers from the Australian pair, completing multiple tacks in light winds, like the conditions they have on the water. If they're not conducted absolutely perfect, can reduce in the boat, slowing quite drastically. So smaller amount of maneuvers has favoured that. Breeze starting to come up now. We're seeing the boats starting to get up towards more 9 knots of breeze, and that lead just extending only by a couple of meters. So it's neck and neck racing for all of these guys. So very, very tight at the top. The person that we did see who was up there was the American pair of Mike Holt and Carl Smith that we saw duck behind Ian Pennell and Alex Davies. Then we saw them go into a penalty turn. Again, we'll find out a little bit more information about what happened there, but that caused them to drop back into the fleet. And so we will find out where they are on the leaderboard and show how costly that was. So a pretty difficult thing when you come in with a penalty halfway up that first beat. It really brings you back into the fleet and something to have to fight for. So very, very tough conditions. Certainly in these lighter breeze, it makes it even harder to find your way back up through the fleet, looking for clear air. So current position for Holt and Smith is in the early 40s. We've got them in about 45th. So there we saw them right up in that top 5, up that first section of the beat. That penalty turn costing them dearly and pushing them down into the early 40s. So a lot of work to be done. So we can see a big angle change by now. A lot of the boats soaking down, going for a lower angle and trying to sail a closer angle towards that mark. But the Australians, Quirk and Dunn, sailing a lot higher angle. At the moment, from what we're seeing on the screen, it would look like they're either sailing a higher angle to try and generate the speed and generate more apparent wind, or they've made an error with the course and they believe they are off on the triangle early. So we can see that's handing it to the Americans, Tyler Moore, Ian Pennell, Howie Hamlin, Cedric Bart, all lined up behind, ready to pounce on the opportunity here. So from now we see a big angle change and the jibe coming in from the Australian pair. Is there enough breeze to generate the angle and the distance sailed? We'll see as they approach down towards this mark. They are sailing considerably faster as they approach those front 5 boats again. So quite a strong move there. Sailing now, we can see many of the boats sitting in and around the 6 knot sort of speed, 6-7 knots speed downwind. But with the Australian pair, at least a knot or two quicker, and that is what we're seeing them suddenly extend out. So a big angle change there. From what we're getting on information on the wind stats, whether that was going to be a strong enough breeze for them to make that gain, but it certainly is standing. Look at the distance as it extends out up over to nearly a 50 meters gap between first and second place. So for the Australians, that was a great call. Nice tactical maneuver. Many of the other boats now starting to go with them, come onto that port jibe and try and gain back some of that distance. So this is where it's really difficult in these conditions, making that call on whether there's enough wind to generate power and then make sure that you can gain that distance, which is exactly what the Australians did. So as we see the lead of the Australians, Michael Quirk and Rob Wolfen, they are 5 times Australian national champions, finishing third at the French Open, say a couple of weeks prior to this World Championships, and so we're finding some pretty good form. We can see the difference in angle change that they're sailing. So they're sailing much higher angles, which creates a lot further distance to sail, but if the speed's good and they can create enough apparent wind, then the actual distance sailed works out better from adding that extra speed of the boat. So this is where it becomes a fine balance act for many of these sailors out on the water. We can see the fleet spread across the whole course, many boats taking that early jibe out, but certainly these front runners coming down at that dominant side we saw on that beat. So everyone favoured that left hand side to left to middle, where we saw many of the top boats come in. Again, flip that on its head, it's going back down towards that side. So they're working, as we look at that screen now, on that left hand side. So they're sticking to the same side that the benefits were, but the Australian team really starting to dominate as they come down towards this bottom gate. Sailing these higher angles, generating more speed, and it's giving them that bit of distance. But when that breeze goes light, if that speed difference isn't drastically different, then everyone else will make that gain. So it looks like they've now quite happily sunk low, sailing a slightly lower angle, decided not to sail these higher angles. They've accepted they've made a little bit of a gain here. They've got a bit of a buffer over second place Tyler Moore. With that, they will then look to control this fleet as they come in towards this leeward gate. So they're again extending out a nice jibe in on starboard, with most of the fleet still favouring coming in on that port jibe. So a lead instantly made from that dramatic angle change halfway down that first section of the run. But now it's staying fairly consistent, somewhere between 45 and 50 meters. So not a huge gap between those boats, but very tight between a group of boats clustered up just behind. So the pressure is firmly on. As they make their way down towards the gate mark, thoughts going through their head on where they want to position themselves. This is the ideal position to start thinking about their strategy for the next leg. Are they going to take the left mark? Are they going to take that right mark? We've seen a consistent group favour that middle to left hand side, so depending on the positioning of the marks, we could see many of them go around that gate and then start to work back out towards that left side. Be interesting to see how they all come out on different. So just as I'm looking at the analytics provided by SAP, we have the Australian pair have sailed nearly an extra 100 metres in distance compared with the other boats. That's one, because they're further forward, but also the angle changes they were sailing was much greater. So they've been covering a further distance, but their boat speed was greater, allowing them to get that edge on the first few boats. So speed's going quite light down into as they approach that bottom gate, sitting in and around 5.5 to up to 7 knots depending on the breeze. But a nice comfortable position at the moment for these guys. Ian Pinnell, Alex Davies sneaking up into second and making that gain at the moment. So a place change they will be happy with. But many of these guys going out and looking to secure a solid race here for day one, race one of the SAP 505 World Championships. So as we talked about a little bit earlier, current world champions Mike Holt and Carl Smith were up with this leading group, but about halfway up that first leg, they did get into a little bit of trouble and saw them do a penalty turn right behind the back of the British pair of Pinnell and Davies. Whether that was an incident between them or a separate incident, we will find out later. And certainly it'll be something to question at the sailor debrief. But it certainly brought them back into the pack, and they've got a long way off at those front boats, and so are looking to pull through. Lots of experience and good boat speed can see them pull through these boats, but with the caliber within this fleet, it's certainly going to be a tricky one. British boat, Gillard and Anderton, the new boat. First time it's hit the water. Obviously fairly pleased with their setup at the moment, sitting in 5th position. Pretty risky call to go straight out on the water with a brand new boat, not setting it up, doing those final tweaks and not having any chance to test. But so far I think they'll be pretty comfortable and relaxed with that. So some other place changes. British boat, Batchelor and Pascoe creeping up into the top 10 now. Sam Pascoe, international 14 world champ, the crew on board there, hugely talented, providing lots of feedback to Nathan Batchelor of Ovington Boats. So looking to really show what these boats are capable of. As the gate mark, the Australians favouring this right-hand mark and making their way out towards that right-hand side. The British, Ian Pinnell, Alex Davies taking that left-hand mark and favouring that left-hand side. So again, a nice split as they favour both sides. We saw the middle left of that last beat, but as we look up at the course, that course slightly skewed towards that right-hand side. So certainly by moving out towards that left side, you're instantly reducing your options by getting too far out there. So we can see now as we pan out and look at that course, you can see the angle. That a clever plan from the Australians, Michael Kirk and Robert Wolfen. They're making their way out towards that right. That brings them back in towards the middle of the fleet and gives them the options. Chased around the same side was Howie Hamlin. They favoured that side as well, and so instantly making a little bit of a gain. Tyler Moore coming round behind Ian Pinnell, having to take that tack up, clear his air and take another lane out, but still favouring that left-hand side. But we can see many boats now starting to take that right-hand side of course and follow those leaders out. So this is where the tactical decisions, what the breeze is doing, what the call is, But that course being skewed to that right hand side is starting to sit into the favour of the Australians, certainly by giving them more options. If the breeze starts to move round towards that left hand side, they have got the options to get there. If we look at Ian Pennell and his current situation as he looks back across the course, it's a long way back across that course. So now a 60-metre lead. It's very, very tight, so it's only meters being gained. We saw that about 40 to 50 meters as they came downwind. That little bit of a gain, though, out towards that right-hand side. Swiss team, Cedric Bart and Laurent Grob, doing nicely there. We're fighting it out for 7th place as they went round that windward mark and have squeezed up a place up into 6th now. Finished 16th at the pre-worlds, so something they were a little bit unhappy about, wished for a little bit more, but obviously much different conditions. Favour this lighter breeze. Finished 3rd at the Swiss Open earlier this year, which was a very light wind event with only 3 races being completed over the period of the event. So favouring this light breeze, we can see them sitting quite comfortably up in 6th position. That lead now extending out from the Australians. Kirk and Dunn. Very, very tricky conditions, but that right-hand side proving favourable due to the angle of where the course is set up, but also due to a nice amount of breeze on that right-hand side. We can see the difference in boat speed as we tune in. The top 2 boats fairly close in boat speed. The Australians nearly half a knot quicker, which is why we're seeing this gain. That could be down to a boat setup, the breeze that's on the course, just a favoured side. So we can see squeezing up to 85-metre lead there. We'll see that drop a little bit as they make their way back across towards the course, but now it is the British boat, Ian Pennell, now taking that tack and moving back towards the middle to come back against his competitors and realign with them and not lose out too much. Howie Hamlin making the gain here. He's jumped up into 2nd place now, following the Australians around that bottom right-hand mark and making their way out towards the right-hand side of the course. So the gains being made certainly from that side. We saw the 2 boats that came round this left-hand mark was Pinnell and Davies plus Moore and Butner, but it is that right-hand side as the Australians come back across to put in a covering tag in the middle of the course. Coming back across on starboard, we'll see how far they go. Again, now as we look at the course, there's a perfect angle to see how they're set up on the course. They're nearly in the middle of the course, and you can suddenly see where the boats are positioned, that where the gate is, everyone's actually set out towards that left-hand side instantly by going around either of the gate marks. So good call from the Australians, making their way up towards that right side, bringing themselves back into the options of what the breeze is doing. But certainly tight at the top as they fight it out. And we're seeing Tom Gillard making a good jump out on that right again. So he went round in about 5th or 6th position. Is now squeezing up into that top 3rd. So that was all down to Ian Pennell making that call on that left-hand side, and Moore and Butner also following out towards that left side. So tight racing at the top, and we're seeing a mixed bag of conditions. So we're seeing that breeze starting to go slightly lighter, and then it just creeps up, and it's very patchy out in the Weymouth Bay at the moment. The left-hand side to middle to left being favourable on that first beat. Now starting to be favourable on this right-hand side. Also due to the course being skewed, that right side is dropping into play for these front boats. But we can see a nice lead for the Australians. Just every few minutes that go past, that lead just starts to creep out. So it's up to 80 metres now. So they'll just be feeling more and more comfortable. They are squeezing everything they can out of that boat. That is the Australians' 5-time national champs. Kirk and Dunn really, really pushing well at the front of the fleet. So tight at the top. Kirk and Dunn holding on to their lead. Again, it's just dropped though, down by about 10 meters. So you can see the differences in breeze. British boat, Gillard and Anderton taking that shift along with Howie Hamlin out on that right hand side and making their way back towards the centre of the course. So now we can see the Australians favouring this right hand side, still going. The shift that Gillard and Hamlin are on, clearly not one they want to be taking and covering. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't put attack in shortly just to cover those boats back, come back across towards the middle of the fleet a little bit more and control the rest of those boats as we approach this top third of leg number 3 of 8. So definitely favourable breeze on that right hand side. So there we see nearly up to 100-metre lead for the Australians. Places changing endlessly by the commitment going in towards that gate. So it was the British boat Pinnell and Davies that favoured this left hand side of the gate. They were the ones that lost out straight away, but as they come back in towards the middle of the course, it's only a 15-metre gap between them and the Americans, Hamlin and Zinn. That gap squeezing up as they approach there. Now we've got the Australians coming back in a covering tack over Hamlin and Zinn. Nice, comfortable lead. So they'll be looking just to capitalise on this, put themselves in a position where they can control these front-running boats. Moore and Butner taking that left-hand mark with Pinnell and Davies. They were the ones that suffered probably most out of it. They got dirty air coming around that mark from Pinnell and Davies and had to take that shift back. But they're both coming in on a very nice left-hand shift now. So we can see that gap closing up. So that left-hand shift coming in good at the top end of the race course as we approach that windward mark. Interesting with such a strong shift as that. Gillard and Anderton are still taking that starboard shift, with many of those front runners taking on. Kirk and Dunn coming across to put in that current position. You can see that lead suddenly disintegrating pretty quickly. It's down to nearly half the distance they had. The Swiss team, Barton Grob, favouring that right-hand side as they make their way out. They're going to be losing options by getting themselves far out on towards that right-hand side, but enjoying the lighter breeze. Danish boat, Jan Sagmund and Jakob Carbo, 2012 world champions, well in the mix, favouring that middle hand part of the course, keeping themselves clear breeze, clear lane, not getting too tangled in. The Australians there, nice covering tack back across with those front boats, but you can see how that leads come down considerably from providing that gap, allowing the British the breathing space on that left-hand side, but this left-hand shift as they make their way up to the top mark. But as we come into this last section of the beat, many of the front boats favouring that right-hand side giving themselves a perfect opportunity to set up on that ley line, not get to it too early. Moore and Butner positioning themselves well so they can break out if they have dirty air from any of the boats on that ley line. Just as I was saying that, they've now taken that tack and make their way back towards the middle. That will give them a good attacking position as they come in towards the top part of the mark. The Swiss taking a good shift out on that right-hand side. But they will end up with some dirty air as those lead boats start to go in on that ley line. Breaking the norm, Gillard and Anderton out on that left-hand side. They will see approaching far from that left-hand side in towards that windward mark. Reason for doing that is getting clear air coming in on a separate tack and being able to approach. You'll be able to see all the boats coming in on that starboard side. Options to duck. Maybe put one in underneath the bow of the boat in front and force a position as they come into that mark. So big separation as they come in towards that top mark. But it is still the Australian pair, Kirk and Dunn, holding on to a 50-metre lead as they make their way into the top mark. So with the breeze as it is now, you can see them favouring way over this ley line. Ian Pinnell and Alex Davies sat bang on the ley line as we look at it as they approach in. Gillard and Anderton just below the port ley line as they come in from the far left hand side. Moore and Butner favouring the middle, giving them options. But it is the Australian duo have gone quite a distance over that ley line. We can see Pinnell and Davies aren't completely on it. So there is a little bit of a shift. That breeze now coming towards that left-hand side, up to 9 knots, sort of 9.5 knots coming in. But it just tracking towards that left, so a little bit of a header for these boats coming in on starboard. That's going to play a little bit of favourability towards Gillard, Anderton, and also Moore and Butner. They'll be getting that lifting tack in towards the mark. But we can see how tight the racing is, with only under 10-metre gap between the first and second boat. Seven knots of speed for the lead boat, being slightly high on that line. Now putting that bow down, now accelerating over the top. You can see the Australian pair, quite a radical difference in speed as they put the bow down and charge towards that top mark. You'll now see that lead start to extend. There we are, up to 24 meters and still going. So they've gone over that ley line, but it's given them the option to being able to drop that bow down sail a lower angle and accelerate that boat as they come into that mark to give them that little bit of breathing space. Sailing the shorter line, Pinnell and Davies coming in on that ley line. They seem to be pretty happy with their lay as they come in. Moore and Butner, nice and comfortable, came in from the middle of the course. They'll put a tack in straight in on this line, gone a little bit further past, give them a bit of breathing space. But it is the Australian pair as they lead around that top mark. So as they lead down leg 4 of 8, they are now onto the reach. So this will be the fastest part of this race course. Kites up, accelerating away from the rest of the pack. British team, Pinnell and Davies, now round. Winners in 2008. Would love to win here on home waters. But at the moment, they've got to certainly leapfrog the Australians to put themselves in the prime driving position. But this is race 1, day 1 of the SAP 5O5 World Championships. So at the moment, it's about staying consistent, putting some good countable banking results in, with many of the top names that we expected to be there. Batchelor and Pascoe, a nice beat up towards that top mark and has seen them jump a couple of places. Jump the Danish, We've jumped the second Swiss team, so both Swiss sailors sailing nicely with the lighter breeze. A couple of names that you see missing from that list would be current world champions Mike Holt and Carl Schmidt from the incident that they were involved in on that first beat. Also Mike Martin and Adam Lowry, third at the pre-worlds. But the one of the Americans really looking to change things is Hamlin and Zinn. Harry Hamlin has finished 4 times. He has finished second at the World Championships, so has never been on that top spot. Phenomenally talented sailor, but looking for that World Championship title. So nice little lead from the Australians now, nearly up to 100 meters. So they've certainly got some good boat speed. They have been sailing a slightly higher angle, which will of course give them that little bit of speed difference between the British boat. We found that Ian Pennell likes to soak slightly lower, sail a slightly lower angle, keep the distance down. And that's what we're seeing here. But very, very close racing. Speeds very consistent with each other. But the brand new boat, the latest, the most up-to-date, the newest number in the fleet, 9177, is Gillard and Anderton. Fresh out the box a week ago and have been burning the candle at each end, trying to get every single bit done on that boat. A huge amount of setup goes up into these boats. The rigging, the setup, of course, from Gillard, works for North Sails, so the sails were certainly one thing that was a nice, easy, comfortable transition. But the rigging and setup of the boat has taken a long, long time, and we're still working on it right up to the moment they launched. So they'll be pretty pleased to know that their boat is up to speed already, and they're feeling pretty comfortable sat in 4th position. Graphics data all being brought to you by the SAP Analytics. You can log on to the SAP Sailing website and also the 5O5 SAP World Championships website to click live and follow all the data. You can also bring up the analysis and see the boat speeds, the distance, the gaps, the maneuvers, and track multiple points that give us the information that's being fed to us here. So as the boats headed out onto the race course, there was a slight delay due to the breeze being lighter as they approached. The start was delayed by a couple of hours before they went out into Weymouth Bay for a start at 2 o'clock. Due to the breeze still trying to settle itself down, we went into the 3rd restart of race 1, which finally got these boats away into the race that we're now seeing. Many of the lead boats coming away early from the gate boat, jumping at the opportunity to accelerate away from it. Ian Pennell, one of those first boats out. But many of the lead boats that we see at the front of the fleet now coming from that left to middle. So starting about a couple of minutes and maybe a minute to 2 minutes up from that gate boat. 15 different countries out on the water. Phenomenal success to see, and great to see so many boats here. Individual sailors coming to represent their countries. One boat for all the way from Bermuda, which of course where the America's Cup will be held next year. Coming and representing Bermuda is Brett Wright and Gary Taylor. They're certainly going to be mixing it up within the fleet. No huge sights on the top few spots, but great to be here to represent their country. Along with them, an Irish team, brothers Matthew and James McNichol. They're the only Irish boat as well. So many countries just travelling over to represent their countries. It's great to have them here in Weymouth on this cracking, sunny, light wind day, day one of the 505 World Championships sponsored by SAP. So as they've on to leg 5 of 8, this is the second leg of the triangle. Many of the boats sitting in a fairly comfortable position down these reach. We won't see too many place changes here. Very similar boat speeds, anywhere between 5.5 up to 6.5 knots. And as we can see, the distance staying fairly stable. Around 60 meters between the Australian pair leading and the British pair in second place. The Australian pair, 5-time national champions in Australia, so a formidable force and a great team. Finishing third at the French Championships a couple of weeks prior to the Worlds. That showed they were in fine form, and they've gone out here and already applying the pressure. So the boats that we've seen make the big gain has been Nathan Batchelor and Sam Pascoe, up into fifth now. At the bottom of leg 2, when they got to the gate, they were in 10th place, and they're slowly creeping their way up now into the top 5. Sam Pascoe, hugely talented crew, International 14 world champ. And between both of them, Nathan and Sam, sailing together, they've won multiple Opens and Championships within a multitude of different classes. Likewise, just a small accolade among many of the sailors with huge backgrounds and amazing achievements, from multiple world champions in singular classes to multiple champions across the board. So as we track down Wolfgang Hunger and Julian Kleiner, 5-time world champion, 2 times with Julian, probably the most successful 505 sailor there. We've picked up is in 13th position, fighting his way through the fleet. Looking to certainly turn that result into a top 10 place. Would be pretty helpful on going into this first one. But there we go, we can see another Danish boat now starting to creep into the mix. Is again Jorgen and Jacob Boersen Moller. second at the 2012 and the 2010 championships. So again, looking to go out and be world champions. They're done with finishing second. They would like that top spot as well. And they are creeping into the top 10 as we go down leg 5 of 8. That gap starting to come down a little bit. The British team have found a nice bit of groove here. The boat accelerating well, making its way down towards the Australians. Now, as we see, 36 meters between those two boats. So again, a very, very tight battle. So what you'll probably see up this next leg is a lot tighter control from the Australians over the British. Because at the moment, any opportunity Pinnell and Davies see, they will take and make every jump at that. So as they come down towards the mark, that lead sitting pretty comfortable, but certainly not very far. And a nice, good battle again from Moore and Butner and Gillard and Anderton. So very, very tight. So again, Gillard and Anderton, good control here at the moment. Up into 4th place. They'll be pretty pleased with that, with their new boat. Four British boats in the top 10 currently. 2 Swiss, a Danish, and 2 American boats. So, and of course, the leaders out in front with only a 25-meter gap is the Australians. So, favouring out towards that right side. Are we going to see a split off and attack from Pinnell and Davies and sticking with that left side, which they were quite comfortable with? We've seen it favour at the top end of that course, but it certainly was that right-hand side that gave the benefits and the bonuses to those boats that were early out towards that right-hand side. Nice speed from the Australian pair now. You can just see that creeping out a little bit more lead over the British pair, but it's now starting to settle down. Just British pair find that groove, get settled in. But all the teams favouring that right side, so just making their way straight out towards that side. Nice little bit of pressure down on that right hand side of the course. Lifting on this port tack, so many of them favouring this port tack and staying with it. But it is certainly that little bit of clearer air at the front of the fleet favouring Quirk and Dunn. 0.2 of a knot, 0.3 of a knot quicker than the British boat, which is why we're seeing this lead extend from that. So doing very, very nicely. Are we going to see a covering attack and a defensive action from the Australians, keeping an eye on their British rivals? They're quite happy to give them a little bit of breathing space. Both British boats now heading out towards that left-hand side, but it is the Australians and the Americans staying out towards the right. We saw the right-hand side favour in the early part of the last upwind leg, leg number 4. But then coming in towards the top end of that mark, that left-hand side then became more favourable. So definitely need to be getting yourself back towards the middle part of the race course as you come in towards that top third of the course. So we see the separation now of the front two boats, 65 meters. So a little bit of a gain from the Australians. But now starting to creep back down again. The speed coming on now for the British team. and really keeping themselves in the mix with that middle of the course, giving themselves the options. It's been a lot of commitment to some of the sides of the racecourse and very different thoughts from many of the sailors. So as we pan up and look up towards that course again, course being slightly skewed towards that right hand side. So we find the British boats, Pinnell and Davies, Gillard and Anderton, being over towards that left hand side. And Moore, Butner, Kirk and Dunn just holding right of centre. So it's a very similar rerun of what we saw on the last upwind leg. Pinnell and Davies still very comfortable with that left side. We saw them make a little bit of a loss in the early part. They've now taken attack and starting to come back towards that right hand side, and we can see the lead there go back up over 100 meters to the Australian pair. That's what we saw in the last upwind leg, but then that really started to drop as they came in from that left hand side up into that top part of the mark. Hamlin and Zinn have been in the mix, sliding back a little bit and having to deal with the attack from the Danish boat, Sogman and Carbo, along with the two Swiss boats. The two British boats getting the jump on Hamlin and Zinn. That was Batchelor and Pascoe and Gillard and Anderton. The American team, Tyler Moore, Andrew Butner. Fairly pleased finishing up 6th at the Kielewolke in 2016 this summer. That was a good test for many of these teams. A large number of boats turned up. Very tight points at the top of it, but certainly looking to go a few places better in this World Championships here in Weymouth, Portland. So the breeze still sitting around the 9-knot estimate. So fairly consistent. It's just up and down, little tweaks will be needed, but certainly having a clear lane, a clear speed is proving fairly important. And we can see there from the Australian team, Kirk and Dunn, that right hand side still being the favourable section of this first part of the beat. But as we saw as they reach the midway towards the final third of this upper beat, it was the boats in on the left hand side making those gains. Pressure really on now for Moore and Butner. Batchelor and Pascoe hot on their heels. Coming across, there will be a cross in the middle of the course, just left of middle. So a very, very tight race going on between those. And again, Gillard and Anderton making that jump as the breeze comes back in and they come back across the fleet. So an interesting spread. 3 British boats up in the top 5, enjoying the conditions here on home waters. But the Australians now taking that tack in from that right hand side. This is where, about this part of the course, is where we saw this left hand shift and that favouring that left hand side few boats. So that's where we see Pinnell, Davies, Moore, Butner and Gillard and Anderton lining themselves up on that left hand side for that gain. Will we see that drop come in though on the distance? That distance is starting to creep back down again. but that distance starting to creep down now, under 100 meters, but still nice and comfortable. They've made that gain early on that right hand side. We've seen again the boats going out towards that left side, just losing out a little bit. The gains come in from that top section of the course. Interesting that the same tactics or strategy was applied to leg number 6. So a pretty remarkable recovery from the current world champions, Holton Smith. We saw them go around that top first mark in the early 40s after taking a penalty turn on that first leg. But we see them creeping up into the early teens now, along with Hunger and Kleiner from Germany. So 2 of the most successful 505 teams battling it out in the early teens and looking to scrape themselves into the top 10. So place changes all going on, but quite a remarkable recovery from the American pairing. They are the current world champions. They won 5 out of 8 races at the last championships. Mike Holt was also the winner in 2014. So twice world champion running into this into this championship. It'd be interesting to get his thoughts on that penalty, the cause of it, and could it have been avoided, and would he have seen himself in a much higher position. But this is race 1, day 1 of SAP 505 World Championships here in Weymouth, Portland. Nice covering, defensive work from the Australians. Loose covering, the boats coming in from that left-hand side. A nice loose cover over these boats from the right. So, nice controlling position from them. All they need to do now is keep themselves in between Pinnell and Davies, and Batchelor and Pascoe have made a nice gain there. And they've been in good form, creeping their way up the fleet. We saw them creep into the top 10, and they've slowly moved their way up the leaderboard as the race has gone on. Up into 3rd position now. Sam Pascal regularly sails here in Weymouth, lives in Weymouth, works here, and so some local knowledge coming in fine form from the International 14 World Champion crew aboard Batchelor and Pascoe, the British team that are sat in 3rd place. A little bit of a jump from them to the next British boat, but with the conditions out on the water, 8.5 knots, breeze flicking around quite a lot at the moment. Plenty of options for the sailors to make a jump. So as I was saying, with the wind speed has been pretty up and down. Big dips in the amount of speed. Breeze up to 9 knots, 10 knots as a max, but certainly sitting in and around anywhere from 8.5 to 9 knots is what we've seen as a bit of an average. But the breeze actual direction's been fairly steady throughout. They're pretty confident with that, but on the last section of this race, the breeze has been sitting more at 8 and 9 knots, so it does seem to be on the slightly lighter side, so favouring some of the lighter crews here out on the water. We see one of the Swiss team enjoying the light conditions, finishing 3rd at the Swiss Open, which was a very light wind open. And again, battling it out in 7th or now 8th position. So the boats make their way towards the top mark for the final time. They'll have a run downwind and then a short reaching leg from that bottom gate in through the finish. And leading from the outset at the first mark has been the Australian pair, Kirk and Dunn. They sailed a very solid race. This beat still not as defensive as I thought they would sail, but keeping themselves in a fairly defensive position throughout. This final third of the beat, this is where we've seen that left-hand side come in and be favourable. The boat furthest to that left-hand side that we're going to see coming in very tight in on this ley line is Batchelor and Pascoe. So they have been the boat on the charge. They have been the one really moving up the ranks. Now it is neck and neck with them as they come in towards the top mark with fellow British boat Pinnell and Davies. Very, very tight, but they have been the boat that have been on fire so far, moving their way up through the leaderboard, just slowly picking off boat by boat. And now challenging for second place. We see the Australian pair for the final time round that top mark onto the dog leg before they head off downwind for the final run down towards the finish. Nice little lead, nothing too big, but with the two British boats so close to each other, are we going to see them get too wrapped up involved with each other? That could see the Australian pairing just lead and make that lead extend. Leading all the way round though from the first mark. They rightly deserve to take this race win. Sailed phenomenally, but with the boats so tight behind, two British boats, and certainly Batchelor and Pascoe have had the hammer down from the early part of the race and have made some big gains all the way through. The other US boat, Tyler Moore and Andrew Butner, they were the ones that have been caught out by Batchelor and Pascoe as they got leapfrogged in this final leg. Final upwind leg, I should say. Gillard and Anderton, they favoured that left-hand side, looking for that left shift, but will be pretty happy with their position at the moment, considering their boat had not touched the water till sailing out for the first race of their World Championships. Consistent speeds downwind from these lead boats, sitting around the 6-knot border, just below it. Those lead boats having a little bit more breathing space, clearer air. We see the Australians holding that slightly higher angle that we saw them do on the last downwind leg. With the breeze now just tickling up to about 10 knots. We might see some slightly bigger angles from that Australian team, which we saw generate that gap that seemed to remain for some time until they had to soak low again to get down towards the mark. But this is the final downwind leg to the gate, or to the final mark, the port mark number 3, and then the reach in towards the finish line. So that number jumping around on the distance between those top boats, but certainly the battle truly on between the two British boats. They've got a little bit of breathing space from Moore and Butner behind, but each of them looking to make the gains and get that jump on each other in these first races of day 1 of the SAP 505 World Championships here in Weymouth, Portland. So just having a look at some of the wind data that we've been recording out on the water with our sensors on one of the windward marks and the leeward gate. Quite interesting that it's been fairly even across that race course from whether the breeze has been consistent at the top to the bottom, but actually we've seen a bit of a trend that the lighter breeze being down towards this bottom part of the course, which is why we've seen those gaps suddenly squeeze up a little bit tighter as they've come in towards that gate mark and towards the finish. We've seen many of the boats then take that slightly softer angle and not sail as high and allow the boat to soak down as much as possible. So many of the boats that were enjoying the stronger breeze in the pre-Worlds a couple of days prior to this event, struggling with these lighter conditions. But certainly these front, and there was strong dominant performance from many of the British boats here. Moore and Butner really having a good battle with Gillard and Anderton, looking for that 4th and 5th spot. But so far, Gillard and Anderton really putting the hammer down on this final leg, down towards the finish. But it is the Australian dominant pair at the front, Kirk and Dunn, leading from mark number 1 throughout all of the legs so far. An impressive performance from that first team. But quite a show of force from the British guys on home waters. Still Quite a way to go as they make their way down towards the final third of this downwind leg, leg number 7 of 8. So there is the short blast down towards the finish line. And there we see that lead now creeping up to nearly 90 meters. So a nice, comfortable enough lead for the Australian pair. They need to just sail defensively now, keep that boat up to speed, keep themselves between the two British boats there, and this race should be theirs. Only 20 meters separate the two British boats. So really, really phenomenal sailing from Batchelor and Pascoe. They were battling it out round. Of course, I can give you an idea of how they've positioned. From the first mark, they went round 17th place. Then they were up to 9th, then 6th, then 5th, then 3rd, and now this is where we see them in 3rd place. So quite a charge leading on, with some nice consistency from the top boats. Obviously, the Australian pair, Quirk and Dunn, leading all the way through this race. Pinnell and Davies rounding that top mark in 3rd, making that gain on leg number 2 and being 2nd then throughout. So the really big movers in this race have been Batchelor and Pascoe. Have really got some good pace, and that shows as they've made their way tactically up through the fleet up into 3rd place and still fighting for every position and looking for that 2nd. So just going through into some more detail from Batchelor and Pascoe, we have got them on leg 2 was their big gain, where they gained 8 boats on leg 2. That was the first downwind leg, and that has really put them into contention for this top 3 place. So very, very tight between these guys, but the Australian pair, cool, calm, collected, extending that lead out as they come in to the final mark. Good move from Gillard and Anderton, taking that slightly higher line. Now coming in on that port lay is at the moment seeing those 3 British boats. So if we look at the screen now, it's nearly national flags lineup day, where we've got the Australian sitting at the top, 3 British boats, then 2 Americans, 1 Swiss, 2 Danish, and a 2nd Australian boat squeezing in the top 10. So tightly fought, but those 3 British boats all now fighting for those top spots. Cool, calm, collected. Kirk and Dunn take that final jibe around that bottom mark and the reach in towards the finish line. So a great race sailed by the Australian duo, 5 times Australian national champs. They are going to take the race win here. Race number 1 goes to the Australian pair, Kirk and Dunn, leading from mark number 1 all the way round, and have held off the tight battle that we can see between the British boats. Neck and neck between them. Only a few meters separating them, but it is going to be Ian Pinnell and Alex Davies that are going to take 2nd place. Nathan Batchelor, Sam Pascoe right behind them, and then Gillard and Anderton. So a strong performance from the British boats there. Very pleasing for Tom Gillard with that brand new boat only just hitting the water. He will be very content with that result, as well as Batchelor and Pascoe really laying it down from rounding that first mark in 17th place. Nice consistent banking result here for Moore and Butner. Will be a little bit frustrated to have let those extra couple of British boats through, but again, steady and consistent. This is race 1. You can't win a World Championships on day 1, but you can certainly lose it. It's all about keeping nice, consistent results. So again, a tight battle, and it is the Swiss Barton Grob that have been having a good neck-and-neck fight with Hamlin and Zinn. And at the moment, the Swiss do have the advantage coming down into the finish line. Very, very tight. Hamlin's got good speed as they come down in towards that finish line, using that breeze, but the Swiss are going to edge out in towards the finish line. So Swiss take the 6th, Hamlin and Zinn take 7th. The first of the Danish boats, Jorgen and Jakob Borsenmoller, finishing 2nd in the 2012 and 2010 World Championships. So looking to go one step higher. And that's a step towards it with a solid 8th position. Australian duo, Nicholas and Hawes, coming in to the finish just in front of the Danish boat, Sagman and Carbo, the 2012 World Champions. And there we see a nice catch up, or where we haven't seen a huge amount of this boat now just about to come across the line. That is Wolfgang Hunger and Julian Kleiner. They are 5 times world champion, and 2 of those championships were with Julian. So that's one of the most successful sailors of all time within the 505 class, crossing the line there. 11th place goes to them. 12th to Holt and Smith. So as we've said throughout this, there was that incident on that first leg where Holt and Smith did a penalty turn from an incident between the British boat Pinnell and Davies, so they were neck and neck with them. So it'll be interesting to get the thoughts of that team on what happened, where they ended up. But again, shows the experience, the speed, the setup these boats have, and what the top teams have, from Holt and Smith being down into the early 40s that we saw them at that first mark, and being able to make their way up through the fleet, finishing just outside the top 10. So as the final boats come down in towards the finish line, we'll have certainly some time as the rest of the fleet all come down to finish, all 150 boats. 15 different countries, even though it certainly does not look that way when we look at that leaderboard. So quick roundup from race 1 as the final boats come in. First, the Australian pair, Kirk and Dunn, led the race all the way through and held on to take the first race win on day 1 here at the SAP 5O5 World Championships in Weymouth and Portland. Then a bit of a British party tucked in behind them. Pinnell and Davies, Batchelor and Pascoe, Gillard and Anderton, finishing only meters between each other. So neck and neck all the way to the finish line. The big movers, Batchelor and Pascoe, 17th at that first mark, making the big gains up to 9th by leg 2, and then finishing up 3rd. So they'll be pretty pleased with that. Brand new boat, Gillard and Anderton. Be pleased that it's come out of the box, what they've set it up, how they've rigged it. They're going to be pretty pleased with that. It certainly was a nervous moment, and certainly quite a big psychological battle for the team, with a lot of fingers crossed as they come in towards the finish line for that 4th position. 5th Moore and Butner were always there, mixing it up from the middle of that start line, about a minute or two up from the gate boat, and have battled it out with those British boats to take the top 5. Superb racing. Breeze we are seeing slightly increasing up to 9.5 knots. The direction's been fairly stable. The breeze changing a couple of knots here and there, but those couple of knots are big changes to a 505 and how the fleet and how you adjust and control that rig. Huge amount of controls on the rig. Small adjustments make big gains, and certainly the experience within this fleet, we're seeing many of those boats making those adjustments and keeping these boats at top speed. That is race 1. We will let these final boats come through into the finish, and you can join us for race 2 at day 1 of the SAP 505 World Championships here in Weymouth and Portland. Only one race tomorrow? At 12:55. More leisurely. Allow them to enjoy the beers. The sun is out, the breeze is still here and playing ball with us, gone slightly lighter, down more into 7.5 to 8 knots. Danish boat who finish 10th in race 1. Sagman and Carbo, they are the gate boat. That will be the boat that you'll see leading across on the port side. All the fleet ducking behind to start race number 2. 15 countries, 150 boats out on the water, battling it out here in Weymouth, Portland. Beautiful sunny day. This lighter breeze has been a bit tougher for the teams, changing it up from the conditions we've had over the last few days. A phenomenal performance from the Australian duo, leading and taking a race win after leading all the way round was Kirk and Dunn. 5 times national Australian champion. Proved why he's exactly that by taking the win. And then there was a tight bundle of British boats hot on his heels with Pinnell and Davies, Batchelor and Pascoe, and Gillard and Anderton all fighting out for those top 3, top 4 spots. So fiercely contested race for race 1. Here we are, 2 seconds to the start. Picking up on a couple of the British boats higher up on that line, not committing too early into the gate boat. Those were your lead few boats. It's the first few start to get away early from the gate. Sagman and Carbo, the gate boat there. So you can see a real mixture. Boats separating all the way across the line, trying to pick their key spot. Race leaders sitting a good 2-3 minutes up from the gate, happy to sit there along with Batchelor and Pascoe. We are just nearly under 1 minute down from that race starting, so we can see many of those top 3 boats positioning themselves up in the middle of the line and starting a good minute and a half higher on this line. The breeze coming back up a little bit. We're seeing up to 8.6 knots, 8.7, still from that west-southwest direction. So the Swedish boats coming out away from that gate mark early. Key boats that we've picked up on the German team. Boom and Ross finishing second at the 2013 Worlds in that little cluster, heading off early. Just up from them, the British boat, GBR 9177 of Tom Gillard and Richard Anderton. Tom Gillard, fireball world, European and national champ, and multiple national champion in the streaker class and other classes. So hugely talented sailor, getting into the 505. Brand new boat, first time it hit the water today. Had a chat with him briefly this morning while he was still putting the final touches on that boat, and so they were keeping their fingers crossed for how that boat was going to set up. As we look at the screen now, you can see what a poor start the Australian duo of Kirk and Dunn have had after that race win. Late into that gate, got held back, now have taken that tack and are actually following the Pathfinder boat back across on this port tack. So they're in a very weak position. A lot of the boats getting a much better jump on that. That's going to cost them dearly there. So not an ideal start from the duo after leading out in that first race. They'll certainly be looking to make those gains early on. And with a start like that, that's really put the pressure on. You can see them very deep in it. Finishing second in that race are the British duo, Pinnell and Davies, that we've highlighted there. Ian Pinnell, previous 505 world champion in 2008. finishing second in that first one, positioning himself nicely in mid-left of that fleet. But you can see what a strong start from many of these boats as they've lined up. But that little jump coming in on that left-hand side from Tom Gillard and a couple of the Swedish boats. German boat, Boom and Ross, sailing nicely, but good boat speed, about 5.5, 6 knots, with this decreasing breeze. Big patches of breeze out on the water and some big holes on the race course, which is what all the teams have been really fighting it out, trying to stay in this consistent breeze. So we go right down to the Pathfinder as these boats dip in and start this race. Race number 2, day 1 here at the SAP 505 World Championships. So there we go, the two British boats that were sat second and third and had a battle all the way round in that last one are neck and neck, side by side each other. It was Nathan Batchelor and Sam Pascal that had the real speed on everybody on that last race, rounding the top mark in 17th and pulling themselves up to third. So they are the boat to keep an eye on. They've certainly got some good groove and good speed out there. Sam Pascal, International 14 crew, world champion, sails here, lives here, works here down in Weymouth, Portland. So a little bit of local knowledge, I'm sure, coming into play with that. Strong start there from the Americans, Mike Holt and Carl Smith. They are the current world champions. Sat quite comfortably in the middle of the course there. Good start from them. We saw a very similar position in that last race, race number 1. They started in that position but had a forced error or an unforced error in that first upwind leg that caused them to take a penalty turn and drop them back down the rankings. So certainly looking to sail a lot cleaner this race and hold it together, and they're in a strong position. We can see a nice little lead from the gate boat as they come out on that right hand side. They've had a good breeze from that. That right hand side seemed to favour in that early section from the first third to 2/3 of the upwind leg. But as they approached in towards that top mark, it was always the left hand side coming good. So we'll see, as we see at the start of this race, 6.5 minutes into race 2, is the gate boat, the furthest boat towards that right, that are holding a strong position. Several of the boats that didn't get a great start are sailing back out towards that right hand side. Picked up here on the only Irish boat in the fleet. They are the furthest boat out towards the right hand side. The brothers pair, Matthew and James McNichol. Great to have so many countries in play, and if we just look at that, the leaderboard at the moment, it certainly shows from those nations' flags how many different nations there are here. We have 15 different countries being represented within this 150 boat fleet. The Irish feeling pretty comfortable with their position out on this right hand side, leading race number 2 at the moment, but they're a long way towards that right hand side, and we can easily see some shifts in these conditions that would certainly reduce their options being that far out towards the right hand side. Williams and Davis, Wilcox and Wilcox, so the British and the South Africans are out on that right hand side as well. So we're seeing the lead boats coming from that right side. We did see that making their way towards that right side numerous times on the early sections of the beat. But it's the people in positions such as Holt and Smith in that middle to middle left, where we did see Batchelor and Pascal, Pinnell and Davies all positioning themselves in that middle left section that seemed to come good from that halfway up that windward leg into that top mark. So it's all to play for here. The breeze going slightly softer again. 8.4, 8.3 knots. So very it's not too shifty in the actual direction of the breeze, but actually the power that's within these gusts and the lulls is causing tricky and keeping these boats fully up to power. Huge amount can be adjusted on these boats. It's a matter of finding what's working and what's going to turn out best. So the gate boat, we can see great speed, good speed out in the middle of the fleet there in a strong position. Lots of options from sitting in that middle position. Boats just down to leeward of them, and one's fighting it out are the Australians, Nicholas and Hawes. Teamed up just for this event. Peter Nicholas, a very experienced Australian 505 sailor. Ross Hawes, a new British sailor who's come through the youth development scheme, is part of the 470 Olympic development squad and has joined forces with Peter this week, finishing up in the top 10 in that last race and now looking for another successful one in race 2. Holton Smith in a good position again, level pegging out with Sargman, Carbo. And the boat far out towards that left-hand side is Roos and Roos. You can see the separation of what the fleet believed to be the favoured side. Mainly looking for the pressure. As I said before, the shifts quite weak. There are shifts on the water to make those gains, but significantly not enough to play to keep yourself up the middle of the beat. But it is the gate boat. Sagman and Carbo, the Danish pair there. Sagman, 2012 world champion. He's never been able to recreate that. He would like to go home again, being called the world champion, finishing 11th at the last Worlds. So certainly looking to go one better from that and also step onto that podium. So a nice defensive position there from the Danish. You can see that lead out into the middle. The boats having to be aware of will be those boats out far to the right. They look like they've headed over that ley line by some way. That allows them to drop the bow down and sail a lower angle at a quicker pace. But it certainly means that's added distance these boats are sailing. So it's just stepping into the hands of the Danish pair at the moment. German pair, Stefan Boom and Gerard Roos, second in the 2013 Worlds. We can say it's tucked up in 5th place, 6th place now, so shuffling down the board as they have taken this tack across, and you can see them disappear nearly out of the top 10. So boats chopping to find their position at the moment. First time we've seen the British pair creeping up there, Andy Smith and Tim Needham. They were winners of the pre-Worlds here just a couple of days ago, and also the winners at Kielavoca this year. So they found good form, but in that first race, we saw very little of them contending in that top 30 place. So whether the boat was set up wrong, whether the start wasn't great, we'll certainly find out a little bit later. But great to see the French team there just making an appearance. Philippe Wood and Florent Corbel. Philippe is the French champion, and he also won the Swiss Open recently this year, a light wind event, but he did with his 16-year-old son, Alexander. So fantastic to see the family coming through on that boat and also to win. Well, as you can see, Could it be a bigger lead for the Danish pair as they came out from that gate boat, taking that tack to bring them back across the fleet? A lot of the other runners and riders a little bit further back, tucked into, having to look for a little bit of clear air. Holton Smith, Kirkendun, Pinnell and Davies all battling it out and are all going to struggle for a bit of clear air, but you can see the separation of the fleet. Still the bulk holding on towards this middle to left hand side, which is where we've seen a lot of the top sailors come in at this top third of the course. Very sensible beat from the Danish pair. Being the gate boat, always going to commit you towards the right hand side early on. Got into clear breeze, a nice shift, and taking that back across and banking their gain that he made as the gate boat. And again, keeping themselves well positioned between them and the windward mark. So, Kirkendun, we could see they struggled on that start. Were late in on that line, took that port tack and followed the gate boat out, but are starting to dig their way out. Still plenty of work to do as the boats come in from that right hand side. You can see them positioned just in the middle. Pinnell and Davies up on this left hand side again, favoured side where they were several times. That's where they wanted to be. But Team Hodgson Miles, another British contender, again really wanting to fly the flag here on home waters. Great to see so many British boats attend the World Championships here on home waters, but with 15 countries all out there fighting for the World Championship, it is going to be down to each race and play it as it comes. The only Irish boat, brothers pair, Matthew and James McNichol, up there in third position. They came off on that far right hand side, were the furthest boat committed to that right hand side off from the gate boat, coming back in towards the middle of the race course again, cementing their position, making sure they're ready to approach and come in on starboard side to have some of the rights. But what a cluster of people in on the leaderboard as we look at it now. Fantastic number of flags to see there. A real mix of abilities as well as accolades that we can see from many of the races. Current leaders here by over 80 metres. Sorgman and Carbo. Committing into less manoeuvres again than anybody. They were the gate boat, so that meant that they had to hold on to their port line. Couple of tacks on the way up, long legs from the far right to the far left and back in as they approach, as they come into the top mark. It is the Danish pair, world champs from 2012, as they lead race number 2 and they head off on leg number 2. So quickly looking to extend their lead and make a gain here as the fleet start to close in on this mark. You can see many boats over the ley line, far to the right hand side and far to the left, coming in with more speed, but that's extra distance due to the length of these legs. A lot of boats committing far over the ley lines, and that will be quite costly. Again, the British boat, Ian Pinnell, holding on those inside of the ley lines. He was one that sailed a lot closer to those lines, shorter distance, converging, having again a battle with the Australian pair. Kirk and Dunn, they were the race winners, second place Pinnell and Davis, and here they are as they get round the top mark, neck and neck, right alongside each other again. So as they squeeze round that mark together, they sit alongside each other, battling it out with the French team, Philippe and Florian. Look at that lead. So as they went round that windward mark, the lead only 45 meters. Now stick another 100 meters on that, and that's exactly what you've got. So a huge lead, a great dominant performance from the Danish, the 2012 champions. You give them a little bit of rope, they'll run with it, and that's exactly what they've done. Clear air, letting the fleet get involved with each other, using their speed. They've managed to soak down with the power, and now they're just starting to come back up and hold that line. So very tactical call from the Danish, soaking low when they had the opportunity and the boat's not above them, to now coming back up onto a higher line and keep that clear air driving. Eight knots of breeze out on the race course, so starting to go light. Becomes that borderline of how high you sail to generate apparent wind, or to whether to soak low. So we've seen a bit of a mixed bag. British team of Batchelor and Pascal, they managed to soak low well in that first race and continue to hold speed. And that's exactly what the Danish duo have done here. So a real battle now for the top five. The Irish, the British, the South Africans and the Germans. Only a couple of meters between each. They'll be having their own little battle. This works and plays into the hands of the Danish duo out in front. Gives them a bit of breathing space, keeping themselves in between them and the mark. Race winners of race 1 back in 9th position, 2nd place in 10th position. Those are your first 2 boats that made a mix. So again, up into the top 10, trying to stay consistent, get them a solid first day of racing and settle down their positions. But a strong performance from the Gate boat. That right-hand side proving prominent and taking that first shift to settle across in front. Most of the boats now taking that jibe out early, looking to apply pressure to those lead boats. Looking at several of the angles of boats on the inside of the course. Slightly lower, sailing lower angles, so going slower speeds, but certainly looking to make the distance shorter. So we're seeing a real shake-up in the fleet in these light winds during the pre-Worlds running up to this event. We had some fairly solid conditions of 20 knots plus, which really challenged the teams. And now it has gone down a few gears and we're down into 7.5 to 9 knots and just running up and down. So complete different setups, completely different thinking on how you sail the boat. And that's going to prove to be the most challenging thing for any of these teams to keep themselves settled in. So big gains made by anyone that's taken that early jibe out. So we see the German team Findel and Tellen, they've made big gains on the group above, running down at about 5 to 6 knots of boat speed with their kites. So some big gains made from those boats taking the early jibe. The German team, Findel, Tellen, they're the ones that have made the biggest gain out of this, but a little cluster just below them. With 3 of the favourites tucked back, the Australian Kirk and Dunn, Pinnell and Davis, and Philippe and Florian, all battling it out alongside each other. Running up into this event, numerous events from the Swiss Open, the French Open, and also Kieler Walker have been won by one of those sailors. The only boat missing from that is the British boat Andy Smith, who is there, just tucked back behind those groups, waiting along with Holton Smith. They're tucked in alongside the British and the Australian boats. It's a tight battle at the front. Certainly for the boats tucked back in second, third and fourth, jostling for position. Only a metre or two between each of those boats. But just look at that lead of over 180 metre lead now for the Danish pair. A lot of experience. Sagman, 2012 world champion, and certainly looking to put as much distance between him and his rivals in this race. The bigger the gap, the more comfortable he will feel, the more defensive he can sail. But with the quality of the sailors just back from him, he's still going to have to pull out his A game. So there we see Hunger and Kleiner, the most successful 505 sailor. Only gone and won 5 world championships, 2 of them with Kleiner, the crew in place, Julian Kleiner. But just outside the top 10 in that first race. And you can see, well, back in the fleet and mixing it up at the moment. One of the fastest boats consistently on the water was Hunger and Kleiner in that last race. So they certainly pulled through the fleet. But with the calibre of the racers out on the water, easy for a mistake to be very costly. And at the moment, you get pulled back into the fleet and have to battle endlessly all the way through. The Irish pair, only Irish boat, Matthew and James McNichol, flying the flag for Ireland, suffering with a little bit of speed there. They went far towards this left-hand side of the course as we look down upon it, and the closest one to the bottom of the screen, and a strong contingency of German boats taking that first shift and the extra pressure, cruising down on the inside of this course. They will be able to come in at a slightly higher angle towards the mark, which will give them a little bit of advantage, but it is the German boats that have made the big gain. Again, the breeze being sitting in and around 8 knots, 8.2 knots. We have recorded boat speeds from anywhere between 5 to 5.5 knots. So very, very similar across the course. Very similar for these front running boats. Very interesting about the distances sailed. Findel and Tellen, the German boat, up in third place, have sailed a considerably shorter distance than any of the other boats near them, and due to that you can obviously see the gain they have made. So in the conditions that we have, it's certainly favouring German team, the ones that have made the big jump, Berkner and Stenger. They were 11th at the first mark, currently up into 4th. So that was that shift that we saw with many of the early boats taking that jump. So they've made a big gain. Out of any of the other boats, they were the ones that made the biggest gain. And so we see them approach from that right-hand side. They come in towards the mark. You will see them drop back a little bit as these boats come in from that inside. But still a nice little gain for them as they make their way towards this mark. But the Danish team choosing that left-hand mark as we look at it and working out towards that left-hand side, and it certainly looks like the German team from Gernardberg and Tellen taking the same mark and making their way out towards the same side. So this just becomes easier for the Danish team with the other boats following. Findel and Tellen looking like they're doing exactly the same, and the speed and direction coming in from Berkner and Stenger look like they're likely to do the same. They might peel off and go towards the other mark as the other boats come in tight for this mark. They are going to have to provide room to the inside boats. But look at the strong contingency of those 3 German boats at that mark. And there we are, Berkner and Stenger. No way could they survive on that outside of the mark with 3 or 4 boats now coming in to that left mark. Choosing the other mark, clearing their air. They've always got the opportunity to get round and take that extra shift up and make their way back across to cover the rest of those boats if they would like to, but they're certainly in a fairly good position by splitting from them. Now, as you can see, the fleet converged down on that leeward gate. It is the bundle of Kirkendun just back with Pinel and Davies, Holton Smith, Philippe and Florent. They're some of the favourites to take this title, and they are in this next bundle coming in towards this leeward mark. We now see 9th and 10th position, the French team and the Australians switching just there, place to place, fighting it out for those top 10 positions. So as the teams make their way up leg 3, second upwind leg, these lighter winds certainly dropping into the hands of some of the lighter crews. And as I was saying earlier, the big gain was made from German team Bergner and Stenger. They went from 11th at that first mark up to 4th, now fighting out for 4th and 5th. So they were the ones that made the really big gain coming down that right-hand side. Of course, as we looked at it, they took the right-hand gate mark and didn't get themselves involved in the bundle. They are the top female team at the German Nationals, finishing 10th, and are one of the strongest German teams out on the water. So they're really fighting it out. But again, another female team, Plattner and Shelton from South Africa, as you can see, taking out the far left-hand side of the course. So two completely different strategies, but two female teams battling it out for those top spots. So we can see really fighting it out for those top spots in these lighter conditions. And fantastic experience for these girls. Sailing really, really nicely. Some great decisions coming in from those. And a real mixed bag sort of at the front of that fleet. So Philippe and Florian making their way up into 6th place. They made a nice little gain coming out of that left-hand side. And the Irish pair just starting to slip back now. Their speed compared with everybody else just a little bit slower on that downwind leg, and they seem to have suffered on that gate mark. And the girls have fully jumped at that. Berkner and Stenger have leapfrogged the Irish brothers there. And a neck and neck with Plattner and Shelton. So the lead there, come down a little bit, but still a nice, comfortable lead for the Danish team. Loose covering at the fleet as they make their way back upwind for leg 3. So that breeze starting to go soft across the course now. We're seeing more and more 6, 6.5, 7 knots of breeze. So again, starting to play into the hands of the lighter crews, but they need to have the boat set up properly. They need to make these adjustments. This extra couple of knots drop in the breeze out in the bay there will make huge differences to boat speed. And we're suddenly seeing that. So as you can see, the track slightly skewed towards that right-hand side again. And why the long leg and the long tack being that port hand tack so important to keep a clear lane, clear breeze, and the options to be able to take those shifts as they come. Shifts have been fairly steady, and the breeze looking nice and consistent on direction, but has been a bit up and down. Certainly within wind strength, and we're starting to see that breeze just drop that little bit. We're starting to see a lot more as we get later into the day, that breeze just starting to throttle back a bit. So it's going to be a matter of just keeping this pace on, keeping the boat up to speed, maximizing every bit of power, but it is certainly going to play into the hands of some of the lighter crews. Tina Plattner and Dave Sheldon from South Africa, battling it out in 7th place. Having a good battle with Bergner and Stenger, the top German duo, favouring the right-hand side of the course, not far back from them. 2008 world champ Ian Pennell. So the lighter wins really playing into the hands of teams such as Nicola Bergner, Angela Stenger, the German team. They made a great gain down on that last downwind leg, jibing early, sailing a reduced distance at speed, and then now really applying the pressure to those top boats. Up into third now, with eyes on fellow German sailors in second. Comfortable lead for the Danish pair still at the front. We've seen that give a little bit and then extend a little bit, but 2012 world champ, a lot of experience on board, is just going to sail a nice defensive course there. Sailing the middle of the course, putting in the loose covered tacks, and gone straight in front of the female German duo Berkner and Stenger. So this breeze definitely softening, sitting a lot more steady in the 6 point something breeze. So very, very tough on the course. Another boat that's really making the charge forward and enjoying these lighter conditions is the Danish team. Jorgen and Jacob Bosen-Moller rounded the top mark in 20th position, moved up to 13th, and now are up into the top 10, or just sitting switching place from 10th to 11th place. So very, very close, but from moving from 20th place, they're well up there. So now just appearing, coming in from the left-hand side, challenging Plattner and Shelton. The Danish duo there have finished second in the 2012 and the 2010 championships. So certainly looking to go out and be on the podium, but they would certainly like to be on that top spot. Obviously, other Danish boat, Jan Sagman, crew Jacob Carbo, your current race leaders in race 2, were the world champs in 2012, or Sagman was world champ in 2012. So teammate finishing second, to fellow countrymen, was Jorgen and Jacob Bosen-Moller, and they are the ones that are really keeping the speed on and bringing this race alive. Holton Smith sitting fairly consistent in the early teens. We see them just every now and again jump on to that leaderboard, but are just outside the top 10. Again, the boat that we saw make the biggest gains was the British boat of Batchelor and Pascal. They had a bit of a tough one round in 17th at the top mark and pulled themselves all the way forward to third in the last race. And they're doing a very similar thing at the moment. They were 34th at the first mark, 20th at the second, now up to 16th. Still a long way to go to get that into a nice, comfortable result. But they've certainly got the hammer down. They've got good speed. Their strategy seems to be work, and certainly with the local knowledge from San Pascal International 14 World Champion crew. And local to Weymouth, lives, works, sails here. That information obviously coming in pretty handy to Nathan, helmsman, and they're certainly looking to pull up through this race. Plenty more legs to go for them to make those gains, but with this breeze softening all the time, it is playing into the hands of the female teams. But we shall see how it all works out as the Danish lead and extend their lead to going up to over 200-meter lead in race 2. So the biggest lead we've seen in the conditions over these last race and going into this one, up to nearly over 300-meter lead. So that's a phenomenal lead in these light conditions. Good boat speed throughout the course. He's held a consistent speed, reduced the amount of maneuvers he's done, sailed a very defensive and tactical strategy, keeping himself in the middle of the course going up leg 3 there, not favouring either side, just controlling the rest of the fleet, letting people sail to the right, letting people sail to the left, and just nice and consistent. This breeze again isn't shifting around too much, but certainly the patches of lighter breeze are proving tricky for some of the teams. Now we see it, nearly up to 350 meters lead is a huge lead, so they'll feel pretty comfortable there, but knowing those two, they'll just want to see that even further. It means they can get across that finish line a lot quicker and get themselves home to enjoy a beer, so I'm sure they're pretty keen to be doing that. Lighter breeze out there, the sun is still out, very hot for these sailors. Breeze sitting at just over 6.5 knots. So tight battle between Berkner and Stengen, the female team. Just tucked back behind the British team there in third of Hodgson and Miles. And then we constantly see the other Danish team, Bosenmoller, charging in 9th place, trying to hang on into that top 10 position. So a gigantic lead here in race 2 from double world champion Jan Sagman. Crew Jacob Carbo. They were the gate boat and the Pathfinder. Headed out towards that right hand side on the first leg, got into that early breeze, came back across to bank their gains, and from there it's been just watching this Danish team sail away with the clear breeze at the front, with everybody chasing. So as they go around the triangle course. They've completed one of the sausage legs. One more triangle, and they've done this triangle onto the lead boat now, coming in to the mark, and then we'll be heading down towards that bottom mark for the final sausage leg. The breeze again sitting quite light. But as we saw in the last race, it was a strong British consistency at the front of the fleet, and we now see a totally different picture. It is the German teams fighting for those top spots. Nardberg, Tellen, Bergner, Stenger, Findel and Tellen all fighting it out. Bergner and Stenger, top female German team, finished 10th at their national champs, looking to go out and claim a top result here in race 2, enjoying the lighter conditions. Fellow female sailor, we have the South African just back from her is Tina Plattner. Crew Dave Shelton. A lot of experience from Dave in the front of the 505s. He's done a lot of World Championships, and so be providing that information and feeding it in through to Tina. Normally from a female crew, they like the stronger breeze due to Dave's height and size, so they can influence the boat a lot more in the stronger conditions compared with complete female duo such as the German team Bergner and Stenger, but still performing phenomenally in this light breeze. Danish team, Jorgman and Jakob Bosenmoller, they're the ones that have been charging throughout this race, pulling themselves up into the top 10 and fighting. But the only Irish boat here, Matthew and James McNichols, still hanging on to 7th position. A good battle for them. This will be a great result for the duo. The only Irish boat here at this World Championships. Certainly looking to fly that flag for them. Philippe and Florian, the French pair. Philippe is the French champion. Was also winner of the Swiss Open recently, only a few weeks back, where he sailed with his 16-year-old son Alexander. So certainly bring the family through in that. Great experience from them and enjoying the lighter conditions here. But still, it remains the double world champion Jan Sagman, the Danish boat, out in front. So as the lead boat comes down towards the bottom mark, the breeze starting to filter in across the course again, and we're catching breeze up to 8 knots now. But still, certainly much lighter than what they've had over the last few days. So as they make their way down towards this bottom gate, it's been good wind shift round towards the right hand side of the course. So a new mark being thrown in. So we'll keep you updated with that. But the boats making the big gain in this lighter winds on this reaching leg have been Holton Smith, current world champions, been lurking just on the edge of the top 10 in this race, but hadn't found the groove. Now seem to have settled in and found a nice little bit of speed here. They are obviously sailing quite a bit higher than where they need to be, so some boats slightly to leeward of them on that lower angle could make a few gains coming into this mark, but they certainly seem to have found some fairly consistent breeze. So as the Danish team lead round that bottom mark, two-time double world champions comfortably heading out towards the right-hand side. Sixth place, the French boat we've got is Philippe Voigt and Florian Courbel. Philippe is the French champion. Sailed earlier this year with his son at the Swiss Open, a light wind event where they only managed to get 3 races in, but came away the champion with that, with his son who's only 16 years old, so quite an achievement. The Irish duo hanging in there, doing a nice race here. They'll be very, very pleased with this after heading out towards the right side of that course early. And now managing to battle it out with the teams fighting it all the way out. But it is, again, a solid German consistency at the top of that fleet with 3 boats in the top 5. Just off the leaderboard, as we look at it, we have the Australians, Kirk and Dunn, who were the race winners in race 1, sitting in 11th. Batchelor and Pascoe, who finished 3rd, they're up into 12th. And they're driving hard, so they're just on the outside of this. Nicholas and Hawes up into 13th. Pinnell and Davies in 14th. And that's exactly where we've seen Plattner and Shelton slide down to 15th. They are battling it out in that group of boats there. And also involved in that is Smith, Needham, Hunger, Kleiner. So just in those mid to late teens, that's where we're seeing a lot of these title contenders fighting it out, apart from the Danish boat, Sorgman and Carbo, way out in front and doing a dominant performance in this light airs. Now we're starting to see, you can see those places changing up as they come in towards this leeward gate. Holton Smith up into 9th, Kirk and Dunn up into 10th. The Australian duo, Kirk and Dunn, certainly looking to gain as few points as possible on day 1 with a race win in race 1. Certainly be looking to make some jumps as they cut onto these final few legs. British team, Hodgson and Miles, the only British boat in the top 10. A couple of them poised just outside of that, but have been staying consistent in between the German boats there, mixing it up. Another Position from a lot of these boats all came from that first beat, coming off that right hand side, off from the gate boat, going even further than the gate boat, and coming in pretty good in their position, and then being able to fight it out with the clear air. Holton Smith making a drive now up into ninth, taking that shift, tacked onto starboard, clearing their air, looking for a clearer lane. The female team, Bergner and Stenger, top German pair, having a tight battle with the British boat, Hodgson and Miles, and fellow German sailors, Nardberg, Teller, Findel and Tellen. So now as we tune into where some of the title contenders after race 1 are, seeing who can stay and keep the consistency, we highlight 4 of the boats that were mixed in between that. That is Bachelor and Pasco. As we said, is that they went round the first mark in race 2 in 37th position. 34th position. By the bottom of that, they had already gained 14 boats and were up to 20th. They've moved up to 13th, and they're now squeezing on the edge of the top 10. So they've certainly found what makes that boat go fast. They've certainly found the strategy that's working for them, and they're really bringing themselves back into this race. What could have been a hard pill to swallow, a 34th after a great race, finishing 3rd in the last race. They would certainly prefer a top 10 result, and that's exactly where they're pushing for. But as I talked about a little bit earlier, they are in a little cluster with Holton Smith, Kirkendun, Pinnell and Davies. They're all tucked in. Hunger and Kleiner just back. Plattner and Shelton alongside them, and also Nicholas and Hawes. They're all there, including the Swiss duo of Jacob and Jacob. Caroline and Philippe finished 2nd in the Swiss Open. Again, we're seeing a lot more female helms up at the front in these lighter conditions. Lighter crew setup, but also just tuning into the conditions and what the boat really needing. So it is Denmark leading. 2 German boats fill the top 3. 1 British boat just keeping themselves in front of fellow German boats. So very similar to what we saw in the last race, apart from it was the British contingency at the front, when now we've got 3 German boats really fighting it out in that top 5. Plain sailing for Sargman and Carbo. Double world champion, sitting comfortably at the front with a lead of over 200 meters. It's now just keeping himself in position in between the mark and the rest of the fleet. Loose covering as and when he needs, got the good boat speed, I'm sure he'll be happy to extend that lead. But at the moment, certainly pretty comfortable at the back, at the front of the fleet. So then this little battle just back from those front 5 or 6 boats, as you can see panned out. We've got Pinnell and Davies far to the left hand side, but everyone's starting to favour more the middle of this course. Very interesting that in the first race and even the first part of this second race, a lot of teams favouring sides of the race course, heading out towards one side and committing a lot further in. When now we're seeing them battle around the middle to mid one side a lot more, rather than committing all the way to one side. The breeze now starting to pick up a little bit. We're seeing a little bit more starting to creep across the race course. Back up to 9.7 knots. Starting to creep back up. So over the last 5-10 minutes, that breeze starting to come back up to looking more at 9 to 10 knots. So with that softer period of time, and this is where a few of the other guys are just starting to enjoy that extra little bit of breathing space, a little bit more power into that rig, really driving it for these last few legs. So we're on leg 6 of 8. One last downwind run, and then that reach to the finish. All still to play for, as little clusters of boats have their own little bundles. So it is the French champions, Philippe Boit, squeezing up into 4th place, dislodging the British boat down into 6th. Out onto that far right hand side where we've seen that breeze come in and where those lead boats came from on that first upwind leg. Now we're starting to see some real place changes between that cluster of boats just back fighting in from about 8th position down to 14th, 15th. There's a few boats very tightly compacted. When they come in towards this windward mark, it is going to be all on gaining everything. Breeze now up to 10.3 knots, so it's still got that little bit more of a bit of a breeze now, so they're starting to stretch their legs a little bit. Now we're starting to see sort of these guys start to power the boats up. But again, sitting comfortably at the front, it is the Danish team, Sogman and Carbo. Kirkendun pleased with race win on race 1. Squeezing themselves up to 8th position now. Gaining back as many places as possible, minimizing that points. They certainly would like to sit at the top of the table after 2 races. So a lot of people still favouring this middle right corridor of the race course, with that breeze now coming up towards that right hand side, coming up to about 10 knots again. It's definitely the place to be. But with such a tight cluster of boats battling it out for those last few spaces in that top 10, many of them favouring the middle of the course and trying to take a few more shifts. So as we now pan in and look up the race course, the Danes taking that final tack in from that port leg into that windward mark. Very, very comfortable. When you look at that screen and you can now see the distance between the boats, very, very comfortable for that lead boat. But what a race from Grenad, Berg and Tellen. Sailing very comfortably here. Managed to fend off fellow German competitors Bergner and Stenger so far. But we'll see as they go downwind whether they'll be able to hold on to that. The female pairing of Bergner and Stenger enjoying these lighter conditions and really going to put the hammer down coming in towards that mark. So before you worry, the Danish team Sagman and Carbo have not just sailed straight past that mark. It is the race committee have moved and added an additional windward mark that was signalled to the competitors as they went round that leeward mark due to a shift in conditions and the increase in breeze as we're back up to 10 knots. But unfortunately that mark has not been picked up on the tracker. But that explains why they are sailing past that mark. So as soon as we see the Danish boat head around what would be a mark, but we'll see them make that turn and head back downwind, that will give our idea and position. So information now coming from the race committee. We are just trying to track down the exact details, but we believe the race has been shortened and they have finished on that upwind leg. So those lead boats have finished. Once we get some more information live from the committee boat of the positioning of that mark and some race details, we will bring that to you shortly. But currently the information we have is at the front of the fleet there obviously was the Danish team that have led all the way round from being the Pathfinder. That was Sagman and Carbo. Sagman 2 times world champion, 2007 and 2012, so very experienced, very talented sailor, going out and showing exactly that by winning race number 2. But we will bring you the results as we've got them. We apologise for any delay or any confusion with this. The trackers that are on the buoys have obviously been moved and changed, and so that finish line has not been put in position for us. So we'll bring you some more details as we get them. We apologise for any confusion.